morning, everyone. How you guys doing? How are you guys doing this morning? All right, guys. So today, FOMC day, right? That's gonna be a little bit more of a challenging, like month over month. This is like the most challenging day to trade. So we need to make sure that everything today is perfect, right? If we're gonna take any trades sort of before 2 p.m., we need to make sure that our setup, confirmation, and execution is perfect. Otherwise, we're putting ourselves into a losing situation. Bias for today is definitely that we're going to chop about, right? We're waiting to digest news. We're waiting to see what the Fed is going to say, right? We're waiting for all these little bits and pieces of information. And as long as we're waiting for that, right, the market does not like ambiguity, right? So we want clarity, right? We want to know what the theme is going to be. We want to know if the Fed's going to start tapering their asset purchases, if they're going to start doing all these sort of stuff. And right now, we don't have answers to those questions, but we're going to get those answers, or at least a version of those answers, at 2 p.m. today, 2 p.m. Eastern. So market doesn't like when things are unknown, and it acts very indecisive until it has those like bits and pieces of information. So in the meantime, right, we want to make sure that we are only chasing the best of setups, that we're only looking for the best of trades. And there's not many today, right? There's not many really good golden setups, right? There's not many good golden charts this morning, right? SPY, like we've had pretty bullish action last couple days, so we're not getting clean levels of support and resistance to the downside, right? We're moving 50 cents at a time, and that makes it pretty hard to justify risk reward to trade this. And like 50 cents on an option, that's not a move I want to chase. Right? QQQ, you got, maybe $1 or so to play with. So you got a little bit more room here, but still not perfect. You want to make sure that that risk reward here to the downside is going to be reasonable, right? We're getting similar setups in Apple and Microsoft, right, where we're getting some levels to the downside or levels to the upside, but the risk reward might be challenging. We want to make sure that these levels today, all right, where when we do get these trades, that A, risk reward is better than 2 to 1, and that volume supports any thesis we have, right? The only setup that I really like, or that looks like we might have a chance at trading here this morning, is this Tesla, right? Tesla showed a lot of weakness yesterday, right? We're seeing a little bit of continued weakness today, pre-market. We're not gapping down a ton, but we're kind of sitting at this like 600 level. If we can break under this 595, we have quite a lot of room down, all right? And we're kind of still inside this like pseudo bear flag pattern, right? So we got a lot of weakness in Tesla, right? Bitcoin's not doing fantastic. So we have a lot of reasons to be bearish on that name. So let's see how Tesla can, if we get that set up. But that for me is 100% my favorite chart play of today, right? My favorite setup. If we can get it, that'd be really fun. But we're not going to force it, right? And we're not certainly not going to chase that first level break, right? We're going to need that breakdown, confirmation, and then go. I don't want to get head faked because on a day like today, this is prime head fake territory. So we're going to get a lot of positioning, a lot of kind of chopping back and forth. And we want to make sure that we always have our confirmation before we take any trades. So let's see how this comes together for us. For people who aren't DTR members, send me some chart requests, right? Ask as many questions as you want today. My objective here is to help you guys become profitable as soon as possible, right? Or to become more efficient traders. So, take advantage of this, right? Ask as many questions as you can. And let's have a really good day. Obviously, if you guys are enjoying the video, appreciate it if you liked and if you shared it with your friends, right? Post it on your Twitter or whatever. More people we can get in, the better, right? The stream is free. We have free Discord. We have a bunch of free resources. So we'll go over all that stuff kind of as market comes together here for us. But pre-market focus is to go over some setups and to go over these sort of things, right? I only trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. But everyone has different tickers, and the things that you learned today here, you can apply to any asset class and any ticker. These names just suit my execution rules, so that's why I trade them. Hey, good morning, Frank. How you doing? Yeah, you're still adjusting to that new sleep schedule, eh? Oof. Well, hopefully the market gives us a bit of a jolt today. Oh man, that sounds brutal. That sounds about as bad as it gets, I won't lie. When you have to keep flip-flopping your sleep schedule, it's like you're permanently jet lagged. That's no fun. So does anyone here have any, chart requests, right? Things they want to go over? Any setups that you're looking at that maybe you want a second pair of eyes on? Tesla is really my only setup here, or my favorite setup, I should say, this morning. It's the only one that looks like it might give us a move, or like the move we want prior to the FOMC. So let's see how this comes together. All right, we got a lot of room to play with on this, so we can be pretty patient letting this thing develop. But we don't want to, like, piss away like our hard-earned money or anything along those lines, right? We want to make sure that we're trading this the right way. So see if this will set up for us. I'm hopeful we can get something. There's definitely going to be a lot of indecision in the market today. So I'm curious to see how that pans out. But do have hopefully at least a trade we can catch here. But FOMC, guys, it's always the most challenging day to trade of the month. So don't just YOLO trades, right? Conditions today are not going to reward bad habits. So you want to focus on account management. You want to focus on being disciplined. And heck, if you're feeling like you're not feeling confident in your ability to trade this kind of chop, then, go on a sim or just spend the day observing. There's no shame in that, right? And the market's always going to be there. So use the tools that you have to make yourself the best trader possible. Don't be in such a rush to just make money, right? That's how you start to lose it. So let's be really patient. Let's make sure we only trade A+ setups today. Let's have a really good day. All right, we're 15 minutes away from market open. So what you want to do, right, is get all your execution software up, right? Make sure all your data is connected, that you're not lagging too far behind on the stream, you're not doing any of these sort of things, so that if we do get a setup or we do get a trade, you're able to take advantage of it right away and you're ready to go, right? I have my execution software up, but then it's minimized, so it's not in my face and it's not staring at me, right? But when I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. There's not gonna be any hesitation there. So that's what you guys just need to be ready for, any potential trades if we get something. So let's see what comes together for us today, guys. Generally, right, volume still remains relatively thin on the daily time frames, right? We got a little bit of an uptick yesterday in the SPY and in the QQQ, but we're coming from a period of relative volume weakness. So it's really important that, right, if we do get any directional cues today, that volume supports that narrative. And sort of as long as we continue to make these new all-time highs with thin volume, it makes it hard to kind of trust how reliable those all-time highs are. Yeah, good question, Frank. So I have Bloomberg TV always on in the background for myself here, but I don't focus too much on the news. I'm aware of earnings and stuff like that, and if it's a big enough news story, it's gonna pop up on Bloomberg TV. I just generally don't worry about the news too much. I feel like you can cloud your judgment a little bit with that, and would like to avoid that. Hey, good morning, Rusty. I find there's a guy on Twitter, his name is Walter Bloomberg, I think, and he's pretty good for any headlines or whatever that you might be interested in. But other than that, I let price dictate terms to me. That's the most important part. So yeah, I'm just gonna be watching Tesla here, guys. Right, watching this pre-market action. If we go extended hours trading, if it gives it to me, maybe not. But we can see that we're not getting much of a range today on Tesla, right? Pre-market, all the action pretty muted after hours, right? Asia and Europe weren't really able to like push prices very much, or they didn't have the desire to push prices very much. So it'll be interesting to see how how we react here at market open. But I'm expecting a little bit of choppiness today, guys. All right, if you have any chart requests, guys, send them my way. Still got 12 minutes here before market open. Any any questions about like any of the pre-market setups, anything along those lines, guys? I don't see any Bollinger Band setups this morning. Just because we're not really getting any gaps. I mean, maybe Tesla will give us that breakdown under, right? So if we go 30 minutes, hide these drawings for a sec. All right, maybe we'll get that breakout under. But I'm not, it's going to coincide with our other setup, right? So it's kind of like two birds, one stone. So we'll see how this comes together for us. But everything else, we're not really getting any pre-market movement. So, unless we get like a breakout or something like that, but I don't have a ton of confidence in that happening right off the opening bell, right? Like if we want to get a breakout on, say, something like the SPY, we've got quite a lot of room we need to do, right? Quite a lot of room we need to go. And I just don't feel like that's realistic. Rusty, I've published it, so hopefully, let's see if I can. I'll send you the link here. There's the Bollinger Band code. I've published it, so you should just be able to add the indicator in. Okay, Rusty, I just sent you the Bollinger Band script on Twitter. Let me know if that works for you. All right, guys, almost market open here. Hey, good morning, Farah. So let's see how things react. You should be able to just add it in, Rusty. Yeah, yesterday was a bit tricky too. I mean, today's probably going to be a little bit trickier, to be honest. FOMC, very challenging. So let's see, but I'm watching this Tesla. Tesla is my favorite. Best looking setup so far this morning. So let's see if we can get that confirmation. But we're not going to force it here. All right, we might have to sit on our hands today. But that is what it is. All right, guys, so minute and a half here to market open. See how things react. Q is starting to gap up a little bit, which is interesting. So is Microsoft and Apple. So we're getting that kind of like late pump coming in here a little bit. So let's watch, right? We're not getting fantastic risk reward levels to the upside on some of these names. Apple, don't like this too much. So let's see, right? There's going to be a lot of trappy behavior today. So don't get caught up in that noise. So 30 seconds to market open, guys. Let's see what happens here. Right, VIX at a historically low average, right? On FOMC day, VIX average usually hangs out around that 20 area. Today we're at 1672. So that's it's an interesting outlier considering the what people are calling like the relative importance of this event. So let's see how that comes together. Getting market open, selling pressure right off the opening bell. So let's watch. I'm still watching Tesla, right? That's my number one. And we're looking for a break under this like 595 area. And we'll see what happens. So yeah, I'm still going to keep watching this Tesla, guys. This is what looks the nicest to me. Apple almost looks like it wants to give us that Bollinger Band play. Right, Bollinger Band breakout, but hasn't, doesn't look like it opened, sorry, on the 30 min. Right, it's opened inside, so we can see a breakout out, preferably above this like 130.58 area. But I think we're gonna get some general weakness or some general choppiness. I wouldn't have a I wouldn't want to trade to this breakout if it does happen with a big position size. Like I think buys for today is probably to be, or at least in the morning, to be half position size today. Just because of how quickly things might reverse today. So I'm not really interested in going full risk on when markets aren't telling me that that's the right thing to do. So let's get back to Tesla. Is that starting to get close? Right, we need to see a break under this area. Call it here, right? Break under this area again, then get that low vol pullback, and then we can go. Once we get this breakdown, we always need to wait and see. If we get this breakdown, we always need to wait and see, right, how weak or how strong this area is defended before we can anticipate any follow through. So let's keep an eye on this. Right, SPY's red. Right, so we're getting some mixed signals across the board with QQQ having a bit of a divergence, right? And SPY going red. So let's see if if we can kind of get the story to start, like we get the same story being told across across names. That would be really helpful. But we're 2.5 minutes in, so hard to look at this and say this is the theme of the day. Yeah, Tesla volume looks pretty good. We're only 5 minutes in or 4 minutes in, and we're almost at the 30-minute average. Apple's starting to give us a bit of a reversal, right? So we had that attempt to break out outside of the range, and then it died, right? So let's see if Tesla will follow suit here, right? QQQ looks like it wants to go red, and SPY continues to show relative weakness. Everything else looks kind of weak too, but we need to see, right, if we can get under this 595. That's really important for us. This 600 area, right, on Tesla is quite the resistance zone, right? It's a psychological level for one, which always makes things more challenging. We've had a lot of action in and around here, so let's see if we can get some, like if we get that breakdown here. What's important to remember about support and resistance, and why I don't enter on a level break, is that support and resistance is a zone, right? So this 595 area is a zone. This 625 area is a zone. How price reacts around there is as telling as price breaking down under there. So we don't want to chase this first level break, right? Or just chase any level break, because that just puts us in a position to get head faked. I mean, and that's no fun, right? So we want to make sure that we have high probability, high conviction setups. Otherwise, we're just throwing our money away. And a level break is 1/3 of the equation, right? So we don't want to, that's not enough information for us to have conviction in a setup or conviction in a trade. So there's a lot of rooms out there that post a lot of levels, right? And then they come back to it 2 hours or 3 hours later and say, okay, like I took this trade or whatever, XYZ. But like that's not realistic, right? Because they're sitting on 80, 90% losses before they get their wins, and no one's holding through that, right? And they're trading very low probability setups and only posting their winners, right? Or they'll post their occasional loser, but there's very limited transparency there, right? And so level break trading does not, right, just does not work. It's not sustainable when conditions are choppy, and it's a bad habit a lot of people picked up during the pandemic. So, right, get that level break, right, get your low vol pullback or get your form of confirmation and then go. Don't just chase it because it broke a line that you drew on your chart. That doesn't mean very much. All right, so let's see if Tesla will give us that weakness. 595, guys. Need to see a break under, right? Break under close. Volume's good, so we can justify going shorter time frame, right? So break under close, low vol pullback and go. We've got quite a lot of room down, so we can be very patient letting this thing set up. I don't want to have to chase this trade. So we're going to wait for the right setup. We're going to wait for that low vol pullback and then go. Rusty was okay, no, sorry, you haven't. You're gonna check those indicators out when you get home later. Apple, very, very weak here. A little bit surprised by that, actually, a little bit. Excuse me. Excuse me. Apple held up exceptionally well yesterday during that sell-off. And so that's like generally a sign of relative strength, right? So when things are red and, you know, Apple kind of keeps like sort of a pseudo inside day, it's a sign of relative strength, but now we're giving it all back. So let's see how this comes together. Still just watching this Tesla, only a couple bucks away from triggering our setup, right? Triggering our setup is not our confirmation. So let's just sit and wait and see how this pans out. We're only 8 or 9 minutes in, so there's no rush to chase anything here. Okay, let's watch Tesla here, guys, to see if they can break. It's getting close. It's getting real close. Right, still no low vol pullback here. So that's why we have this average line, right? Average line is for us to be able to quantify what low volume is. Apple continues to show lots of weakness, right? Leading the charge a little bit, it looks like. So let's watch, just keep watching Tesla here. It's the only really nice setup we're getting, I think. You know, maybe Apple, if we can get under, then we've got, you know, we get close to $1 worth of room, right? This range. So, you know, maybe there's something there. Get rid of this red line. So that could possibly be in play. But it's going to need, this candle needs to fill out a little bit more. So we got two possible setups, I would say, now. But again, guys, right, we need that confirmation. So we're not getting that yet. All right, FOMC, right? Traditionally very choppy day. So that's just kind of what we can expect. Let's hope we can get at least a setup here, but you know, it's important to know what conditions suit your trading style, right? And we can't force trades when they don't. How many people here are checking out the DTR Free Wednesday for the first time? Any first-time guests? Any reoccurring guests? Microsoft might want to give us that breakout to the upside. All right, but this it's going to be tough risk reward here on this 260 to 260.70 area. Not necessarily a lot of upside here. So we have to be very careful that the risk reward is justifiable. I'm not sure if it's going to be, right? 70 cents. It's kind of like right on that cusp of, you know, maybe we can get something. So we'll keep watching, but if you know, SPY looks weak, I don't know how convinced I'm going to be in like one of these leading names having a breakout. If we're getting like a divergence in QQQ and SPY, bias tends to always be to the downside, right? Or tends to be to follow the SPY. That's the bigger market. That's the bigger, like the more impressive weighting. So let's see. I mean, tech's holding up maybe a little bit better than I anticipated. So let's just see how this comes together. Meantime, you know, Microsoft's kind of giving back a little bit of those, like it kind of touched that 260 area and then gave it all back. So, you know, days like today, right, just tons of head fakes. So you gotta be really, really careful about those. Tesla's still hanging out that 600, bounced off this 595. So at least we certainly know that this is the right area of resistance. Now I just want to see if we can get that breakdown or follow through underneath, right? Then that low vol pullback, then we can go. SPY showing weakness, but not that convincing. QQQ, I mean, showing strength, but same thing, not that convincing. Yeah. Right, we need to see that breakdown under this 595. Until it does that, like this 600 area, right? Just gonna keep bouncing here, right? This is a high psychological level. This is a big level for Tesla. So I'm not really interested in anything sort of inside that 600 area. It's just not worth it for me. And like I'm not particularly bullish until we can get above this 625. So let's see how this moves, but we just have selling pressure here. So I'd like to see a breakdown, but we'll see. We're not going to force anything. Microsoft getting back up towards that 260. Apple recovering a little bit, now hanging out at 130. Still just watching for now, guys. Nothing setting up. Just don't force anything. Volume's starting to get really nice though on this Tesla. Same with Apple. Apple's starting to get kind of nice as well. Certainly a lot of positioning going on at the moment. For myself personally, I'm not really willing to gamble on what the Fed is going to say, so be careful there. Apple might give us a Bollinger Band breakout setup to the upside. See if it can close green. Still have 12 minutes on these 30-minute candles. Right, we want to make sure that we're not trapping ourselves here. Right, divergence continues with QQQ and SPY. All right, so we're going to need Apple to make sure it closes outside that BB band. Sorry, wrong one. All right, right now it's still inside. If we do get that close above, we're going to get a little arrow down here, or a little plus sign, right? It tells us it's outside. So we're going to remove the emotion out of it. Preferably perfect world. Get up, relatively full body. We want it to look like one of these candles, right? Kind of looking like this candle here at the moment. Second most bullish, but we want it to close like that, right? As minimal of a top wick as possible. I want to have a visual indication of strong buyers, right? Certainly getting strong buying volume, right? Bullish engulfing on volume. But we don't want to see sellers having like kind of the last laugh here, right? We want this top wick to be as small as possible. Microsoft's given us that breakout as well. But like we mentioned earlier, those risk reward levels might be a little bit challenging. So even though we're getting that breakout on the Bollinger Bands, right, 30-minute time frame, we're going up right into resistance here, right? So this starts to become a little bit challenging to expect maybe a ton of follow through. But let's keep watching. There's no rush. Meantime, Apple's starting to give us that full body, or fuller body. Maybe things are going to go bullish here, guys. All right, if Apple closes like this, it's like 8 minutes to go. This is a pretty nice breakout with really strong volume. All right, we're gonna wait for this thing to close, and then we'll look for entries. For people who aren't familiar with DTR or how it works, right? My entry is always, I mark it as a green line, right? And I mark my stop loss as a red line. Right, so these are visual clues. I don't issue formal alerts. I mean, I talk you through what my setups are, and I talk you through my trades, and I talk you through setups and all these sort of things. But you know, there is a little bit of a delay on these streams. It's about 3 seconds. So I draw these lines, right? Mark them down so you guys can see the same thing, right? So that you can get the best entry, because you shouldn't be, right? If you want to build conviction in your own entries or your own strategy, right, you need to be taking that leap of faith and not just entering because I'm entering. So, right, mark down your levels, right, mark down your lines, your entry target, and then if it happens, right, you go in. Obviously, I'll talk you guys through everything as I go through it, but you know, like I said, there is a slight delay. So, you know, sometimes if you're late or you're behind, you know, the entry's just not there and you get crushed. So Tesla back down under 600, now 597.60. Still waiting for that 595 break. Apple showing still relative strength. Right, if this Tesla does break down, right, this is not a very strong bullish candle here on Tesla, right? If we go candle arrows, this arrow is pointing down, right? So this tells me, yeah, it might be a green candle, but sellers are pushing this thing, right? Sellers are protecting that 604. They don't really want to see Tesla reclaim that. So that's a lot of pressure, right? And even though this candle's green, it's only green because we opened low. Right, so this volume might be green, but it still tells me, because of how big this wick is, that that's a lot of selling pressure. So again, we'll just continue to monitor this. All right, same thing with Apple. Apple looks really strong, right? Where this is buyers propping that price up, right? This is a much stronger candle than the one on Tesla. All right, so if we go to our bullish candlesticks, we're dealing with the second most bullish candle, sort of a mix of the second most bullish candle or the least bullish of candles. So let's see how this comes together. Well, with that Microsoft Bollinger Band break, right? We're just moving right into an area of resistance, right? So even though we are potentially looking at right a breakout, we're just going right into this zone here. So it's not that it's a risk reward problem. I just think we're not putting ourselves into necessarily the highest of probability setups where you're getting that breakout right into resistance. And so I think that just makes it a little bit more challenging. Right? Like we kind of have this shit here that just doesn't look that appealing to trade with, like trade into. I hate dealing with these kind of wicks. It just gives me very little conviction in where it can go. So I just think just knocks down the probability a little bit for me. We'll see though. All right, Apple's starting to give back a little bit. Tesla now 597. 2 minutes to go on these 30-minute candles. See how they close. All right, volume is exceptional on Tesla. Pretty good on Apple too, but I don't want to, like, Apple, Microsoft starting to give back that same thing, right? We're starting to see sellers step in a little bit, which I don't like at all. This top wick, I don't want this top wick to be larger than the body. And like just eyeball test, it kind of looks like it is. So let's continue to wait. Tesla certainly looks the weakest. QQQ's given some things back too, so you know maybe we're getting a little bit of relative weakness where Tesla's going to be our best setup here now. Right? It was our best setup the whole time. So let's see if we can get that set up to trigger for us. Right, minute to go on this candle, see how it closes. Sorry, Apple closed, you know, outside of its Bollinger Bands, but I wouldn't say it's the most convincing of candles. I kind of hate the size of this wick. Right, it's a little bit bigger than you'd like. So I think we probably have to filter this setup out. It doesn't look perfect to me, and I don't really want to compromise on that. I think Tesla still looks like our best bet. If we can get that breakdown under this 595, right? Excuse me, we can justify going on the shorter time frame because the volume was exceptional. So I'm happy to switch to the 5-min time frame here now and see if we can get that breakdown under, low vol pullback and go. So Tesla definitely my favorite. Not interested in Apple, not interested in Microsoft. I just don't have very much confidence in those setups here at the moment. Remember, with this Apple now, right, we might be able to get that reversion back towards the mean, right? If we can get that a pretty tight close, like, that could be a possible play if we get continued relative weakness. All right, but it looks like if we do, Tesla's going to lead the charge, and I want to wait for this setup instead because that's definitely the strongest play. I do like playing reversals, Gustavo, but I don't see the I don't see any reversal play here, right? This 30-min candle, that does not tell me reversal. This tells me bearish, right? This is weakness. So I don't see I don't see how I can play this bounce here off this 595, right? I'm not getting a reversal candle. I'm not getting anything along those lines. Happy to play them, but this is not one. Right, this Apple one is a potential reversal, right? Where you're getting a breakout outside the band and you're looking to reverse back towards this midline and then bottom line. So there's your potential reversal, right? Open outside, close inside, reverse towards the mean. All right, Microsoft weakness. Let's just watch Tesla, guys. Tesla's our best bet for a breakdown here. So I'm bullish above 625, right, on Tesla. But that doesn't mean I won't play a reversal. I mean, it just means that I won't play any breakouts on Tesla unless, like, we get above this 625. So I'll always play a reversal, right? Because you get intraday trends. Excuse me. But I just don't want to play a breakout. Yeah, let's take a look. So I ignore the color of these lines for now. Should be white. What are you looking for here, Gustavo? To the downside, it looks a bit challenging. There's not that much room here to go. You've had that kind of breakout outside of this sort of area, right? You sort of had that breakout now under, and you're not getting very good risk reward to the downside here. So I think, you know, your bias has to be bullish plays, right? Above that, what is that, 246 towards like 248.80. Yeah, so let's take a look at yesterday's action. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see, like, you're not, this opening bell, or this opening 30-min candle, that's pretty gross. Very similar to that Tesla opening 30-min. And something like this, though, even though it closes green with big volume, tells you you're not going to get a lot of follow through to the upside, right? Because you're getting sellers defending it pretty religiously, or, you know, pretty aggressively, I should say. So this is like a bit of a warning sign that you're just not going to get that follow through. I'm not sure what your entry was, but something like this tells me, yeah, you're going to get head faked, or you're just not going to get that action that you're looking for. Right. Yesterday, you probably would have, if you're playing for a breakout, you're probably only looking for entries above that 249. Right, and then you've got room $2 or something like that. That would be the most appealing. But I think generally there's not that many great setups here. Right, maybe you're getting a bit of a bull flag. Right, and this is your flagpole. And you expect it to kind of go like that. But your confirmation's above that 259.65. Like, I like using the 30-min time frame for a couple reasons, right? Shorter time frames give you a lot of signal noise, right? They give you a lot of false signals, a lot of fake outs, just a lot of kind of garbage. And they can be very misleading, right? So you're getting really strong volume on the 5 here, but, you know, it's below average on the 30. So I'm happy to go shorter time frames as long as the volume is above average on the 30 min, or looks to be on pace to be above average. If we are, then I'm happy to, you know, trust the signals I'm getting in the shorter time frames. Otherwise, it just, I feel like I get head faked too often. So 30 mins just give me a little bit more confidence in my signals. So that's always my starting point. Tesla just continues to hover around. Apple, you know, we are outside the band again, but not making a higher high yet. Not that convincing. Similar story with Microsoft, right? But just not that convincing. So, no setups here yet, guys. Nothing looks fantastic. So Apple might be interesting here, guys. If we get that breakout above on this BB like breakout play, it's not the most convincing. I would say it's like a B plus setup, right? And with these Bollinger Band plays, you still want to go half size generally. All right, so ignore these support and resistance lines for a sec. Right? You've got a little bit of room to go, but I'm not sure how convincing it is. Right? Your entry, would be green line. All right, stop loss would be red line. All right, that would be your stop. So we have a pretty big range here, right? 50 cents. So you need to get like a dollar move here to justify this trade. Not sure how I feel about this yet. Just taking a look at the option chain here. I would play this with the 131 calls. All right, Tesla back towards 600 now. So that setup doesn't look like it's happening at the moment. Microsoft might give us that go, but similar story to Apple. Just don't find it that convincing. Let's take a look at Netflix. I don't know if I'd call this a reversal. I'd like to see this be, right, sorry, to look more like, I want like a green hammer as a reversal or a green doji as a reversal. Red ones, historically, you don't get a ton of follow through, and you're trading into a big strike level at 500. I think this is a challenging one. If this candle, right, this second 30-minute candle, close as a bullish engulfing, right? So close at this like 495.90 and volume is greater than the opening 30 min, then yeah, I would call that a nice reversal pattern. But at the moment, I think this is a tough one. I'm watching Apple here, guys. I'm going to take a stab at this, right, if we can get above. But I'm only going half size. I just like, what I like about this is how strong this volume is on the opening 30 min. Right? This volume is way bigger than the volume we had to close yesterday or preceding candle. For me, that's pretty bullish. So we can break above this 85 area. I will be looking to enter. Right? 131 calls. All right, I'm in. Yeah, 131 calls what I'm in. It's getting a nice quick reversal right off the right after entry. So let's see if we can get that break up back towards it. I always play this week's expiration. But guys, remember, we go half size on these Bollinger Band plays, right? Because we have to sometimes stomach a little bit more pain than you'd like. So it's a good example of that today. So far, it still looks okay, but I'd like to see it start pumping up pretty soon. Otherwise, it's hard to have conviction that you're going to get that follow through. All right, we're back in play here, guys. We're back in play. See if we can get that strength to come back into it. All right, still looks okay. Watching the other leading names though, right? As possible clues, right? So if Microsoft starts to break down, then Apple should follow suit. Same kind of concept, right? If QQQ starts to break down, Apple should too. So we're kind of just watching those as well. Remember, guys, if you're offside in a position, right, you never want to average in. You don't start adding to it to bring your average price down. You don't do any of that kind of stuff, right? So you sit on it, right? You're okay with what the outcome is regardless. You never add into it, right? Apple trade still holding up for us, but I'd like to see it start going pretty quickly here. So let's see how Apple closes here in the next minute. So, we still made a higher high. We made a higher low. So still a relatively bullish candle, all things considered. Just would have liked to have gotten that follow through a little bit sooner. Generally don't like how long this is taking. Always gives me a little bit of apprehension when things don't go your way right away. All right, well, this Apple trade's got some work to do. Let's see how it goes here, guys. Still in this, guys. Still in this. Yeah, still an apple. Haven't been stopped out yet. It's got some work to do, though. It's got some work to do. That is for sure. See if that was maybe the, they were hunting for shorts there. You know, hunting for stop losses maybe. Like to start to see this starting to recover ASAP, guys. I'm just going to cut it short. Alright, don't need to take a max loss on every trade that you're wrong on. So it's still holding up okay, guys. Still holding up okay. Got some work to do, but still holding up. Okay, watch out here, right? This might be our stop loss. Okay, still in, still in. Yeah, 100%. It's a bit of a struggle here. These volume's relatively light on this candle, but I wouldn't say that this is what we want to see too much here, right? We want that follow through. Like we're not getting that right away. Just kind of chopping about here. It's holding up really well compared to QQQ though. Right, and to Microsoft. Okay, still in, still holding, but stop loss. Now I'm out. That sucked a little bit. Well, I'm out of this now, Farah. So it broke my stop loss. If it breaks your stop loss, nothing I can do about it. Got to get out. That's why we go half size on trades like this, guys, though, right? It's not the perfect setup into FOMC. So let's see if Tesla will give us that setup now. Right, certainly looks, still most relative weakness out of all the names. So if things start to go weak here, guys, Tesla's going to be the play. Right, but still needed to get down under this 595. let's watch Tesla here, guys. Let's watch Tesla, see if it can give us that breakdown. Right, we're gonna need that break, low vol pullback, and then go on Tesla. So not ready yet for us for a trade here, guys, but you know, maybe this will come together for us before lunch. Market's starting to give me the feeling that it wants to puke a little bit. Right, at least QQQ and SPY are telling me that. So if we get weakness, right, you want to follow up with the most relative weak name. That's Tesla. Yeah, 100% now, Farah. 100%. Waiting to see how how this news comes out, right? How we react to it. It's going to chop about until then. I don't know if we're going to get any A+ setups here, so let's be patient. Still just going to keep watching this Tesla. See if we can get it set up before lunch, but it's going to have to be perfect. I do wonder if we're going to get like one dramatic move here before FOMC. Like if we get like a little flush before or a little pump before. Like some exaggerated positioning. Apple's showing incredible resilience here. I'm surprised it's like held up like this. Yeah, it's 100% coiling, right? Like, you get that break, it's going to come pretty aggressively, I think. I'd like to see it happen. It'd be fun. Get some action here before FOMC. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern. And then Powell has a press conference, I think at 2:30. So both of those will be high volatility events. If you're ever interested in seeing an economic calendar, right? Market Watch has got a great one, and it gives you all the, you know, the key things to look out for during the week. Good thing to take a look at Sunday night or Monday morning. Yeah, well, Apple basically has unlimited cash reserves. So this thing can just go, go, go. But they don't deploy that too aggressively. I think they would get a little bit of shit for that, right? Like if they buy back, if they start buying back a lot of shares, right, they could maybe get done for market manipulation, for removing too much of the supply, or you know, anytime they had a bad month, they just bought back shares. I don't think regulators would take very kindly to that. All right, let's watch Tesla here, guys. Wants to maybe go. Watch this 595. Only about $1 to go for this move. Let's see if we can get it. Right? Like if Apple just keeps doing share buybacks, right, they're just going to eat up the supply, right? So they're going to artificially eat up supply to create more demand, which is going to push the price up. Come on, Tesla, give us a setup here. Real close here, guys. 50 cents to a setup, not to confirmation, right? 50 cents to a setup. See how we react. We bounced off this area already before, so we can get that break. could really start flying here on us. Let's watch. Could finally get some entertainment here. Alright, there goes Tesla, sorry. So now guys, we want to see this candle close right under, right? We want to see this close under, then get that low vol pullback, and then we can go. Alright, really nice volume on this break. So let's make sure we're not getting a head fake here. Alright, this is why we don't chase level breaks, right? Because you get like these little recoveries back. So we always want to see, right, how strong dip buyers are, how weak dip buyers are before we chase moves down. So now we wait for that low ball pullback, guys. No compromises on the process here. Yeah, it looks good. Volume looks not bad. Now we've seen that low ball pullback. So let's see how this, if we can get a pullback here. That's what we're waiting for. Right, we have a lot of room down towards this next level, guys, right? We've got, you know, towards that 580 area, right? So we got like 15 bucks to work with. So we can be very patient. Yeah, I don't see too much there. Like, I think what we just want to see that low vol. We want to see, like, how they try to defend this area now, right? That's kind of what we're waiting to see. And then once those defenders get taken out, we can have a relatively strong assumption of follow through. So still gotta wait for that pullback, guys. We got lots of time. We got lots of time here. So got lots of space to work with, right? We're not gonna force it here. Yeah, there's a little baby one there, but like that means nothing to me, right? Like we were looking for a break under that 595. So once we're under that, then no big deal. All right, still waiting for that pullback, right? It's not going to happen on this candle, right? Because even if this candle goes green, it's going to look more bullish than bearish. We want it to be a bearish bullish candle, if that makes sense, right? So we want it to look like this. We want it to be like a reverse hammer, or we want it to be like a doji, right? That's what we're looking for in the low vol pullback. That's exceptionally important for us. Right, we want to see weak sellers with weak volume get taken out. then we have conviction that we're going to get that follow through. So in the meantime, right, we just sit and we wait for that A plus setup. Right? So this is not, like if this candle closes green like that, right? That's not a very, not a very bearish bullish candle, right? Not a very bearish green candle. This is why we have this thing called the candle arrows, right? So it gives us visual representation of like relative strength, right? So green arrow pointing up, right? So this is buyers are pushing price up, right? Arrow pointing down, sellers pushing price down. So this helps us remove some of the emotion out of this analysis. Right, still waiting for that low vol pullback, but now we want to see it close closer towards this bottom here, right? Otherwise our risk reward starts getting a little bit skewed. So we want to make sure that we're getting good enough risk reward on this setup as well, right? 2 to 1 or better. Man, Apple's relative strength continues to astound me. I mean, we'd still be offside on those calls we played earlier, but it's held up so well. I'm really impressed with it. Yeah, for sure is really noisy, but volume's really good, right? So I'm happy to switch to a shorter time frame to see if we can get that like low vol pullback and get that nice entry, right? What I do like about the 5 min is if you do get that right setup, you can get like really, really tidy risk reward, like 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 or 5 to 1. And that makes, that like gives you like a bit more of an edge. So just watching the 5 min just to see how we react. That's all. Right? This is exactly why we don't chase level breaks, guys, right? Because you get these head fakes, right? We want to avoid those head fakes because they become so tilting when they happen. See if Tesla can just give us that breakdown. Give us that break. Some consistency. Yeah, very much trappy here. Yeah, I don't know if it's an algo trap. I mean, who knows? But it is trappy. So, why we don't chase level breaks, right? Always wait for that confirmation of weakness getting taken out. You don't get that in a level break. That could just be an overreaction. That can be 1,000 different things. Definitely getting some very, very volatile action at that area, right? We keep kind of bouncing down, bouncing up, bouncing down, bouncing up. So definitely a fight here. But we don't know who's won yet. I'm watching the option chain as well, and it is pricing around pretty interestingly here, right? We are getting a little bit of divergence on occasion, which makes me think, when the Tesla price is going up, sometimes the put price is going up as well. Just telling me that people are loading up on puts. Obviously, it's all relative, right? But just keep an eye on this. I'm watching the 590 puts here, if you guys want to watch along. Yeah, it has a chance, Old Atlanta. Certainly looks like it has a chance. But our aspirations are greater than that, so let's see if we can get it. It's almost 11:30. You want this to start happening pretty soon here, otherwise you're going into lunch, getting ready for FOMC. You don't really want to be holding this going into that. All right, so I'd say that's a pretty good candle close there, right? Defended that area, defended that 595 break pretty well. So now we need to see if we can get under this 593, low vol pullback and go, or low vol pullback kind of at this area. Really, really trappy day here so far, guys. So be careful here. Don't do anything silly. Okay, 40 seconds left on this 30-min candle. Volume's good though, guys. Volume's good. But I'd like to see this get filled out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, today is kind of expected though, right, with the FOMC. We're expecting choppy, pretty volatile conditions until that gets sorted out. Right? We expect volatility after, but hopefully we'll have a directional cue. All right, so still just watching this Tesla, guys. Still just watching this Tesla. You know, maybe we'll be able to get a setup here, but so DTR guest, do you guys have any questions about like what my trading strategy is or like what my objectives are here? Right, it is a little bit slow, so we may as well talk about these things while we wait for this Tesla to set up for us. Apple's finally dying, so not getting that follow through that we were waiting for. So that makes me feel better about myself. QQQ really, really weak. SPY showing some weakness. So, man, let's see if this Tesla can give us that, right? Leading names are starting to be weak, right? Tesla wants to see if we can get that breakdown here. Very much a fight at this level. So I just keep hanging out, just keep hanging out. So let me give you guys the quick sales pitch of DTR. So DTR is a daily trade room where we focus on education, not alerts. So my objective is to help people to learn how to trade their own setups, their own convictions by seeing how I trade my setups and my convictions, right? Our focus here is on education, right? I want to see you guys succeed as much as possible. And we do things a little bit differently than maybe some other rooms on Twitter, right? Screen share constantly, right? Live stream every day in, day out. And we have a bunch of like documents and pages that are exclusive to DTR members, right? So, you know, we try to be a little bit different than other trading rooms and be transparent with what we offer. Not every trade is going to be a winner, and not every trade is going to be a monster. Even though sometimes it is portrayed that, you know, you can only find 100% winners or stuff like that. Well, generally, in my experience, that is a little bit of BS and not a very fair reflection. You know, if those guys could find, or girls could find, you know, 100% winners, multiple 100% winners every single day, they would either be running the largest hedge fund in the world, right, or largest, you know, asset management company in the world, or they'd own some island in the Caribbean, right, and just be, you know, living off of their gains. So how they portray themselves is not accurate, and I try to do a little bit of a different version of that. I think DTR members will be able to confirm that they have learned more in this room than they have maybe in others, or that they've gained more confidence in their trading strategies simply because of the consistency and hands-on approach try to provide. I've been trading for almost 8 years now. It'll be 8 years in September. And I traded tech at a pretty large hedge fund in the UK. Since moving back to Canada, I started trading my own money just because couldn't find a trading job for a fund, and so started looking for opportunities for myself. You know, that's really it, guys. Like DTR, we try to be really honest, upfront, and transparent with what we offer. You know, if you sign up today, you get a 2-day free trial. So, including today, you can do Thursday, Friday, and see if DTR is for you, right? Today's a bit of a slower day, so we're not getting a ton of setups and a ton of action. But try to be really consistent with our process. We have two kind of base strategies that we deploy, right? One is, support and resistance breakdown or breakout, right? And then that also includes reversals, right? And at the tops and bottoms. So that's the foundation, right? We want to see a breakdown or breakout, right? Low vol pullback and go. That's the foundation. And then we have a Bollinger Band strategy, which is a mean reversion play to, if conditions are choppy or if things aren't there for us, right? On top of all the, say, perks, if you want to call it that, right? We offer a free Discord, so I'm happy to share the Discord link with you guys if you're interested in that. And we offer a bunch of documents. So I don't know why I'm not logged in here, right? So we offer a bunch of documents, all our strategy documents, execution rules, and then different bits of code that you might find helpful during your trading account. So anything that you might be interested in, or anything that you think that you could get a bit of value out of, you can send a request to me and I'll put together a document for you or whatever. But my objective here is just to try to help you guys remove as much of that emotion as possible from your trading analysis so that you can focus on eliminating your little silly mistakes, because everyone's got them, right? And then focus on getting the best execution, right? So slow and steady wins the race in trading. And we don't trade like we're trying to retire tomorrow. We trade like we want to do this for a lifetime. This is what I'm passionate about. And I really enjoy sort of the daily challenge and the daily grind of what trading is. And I like to share that passion with other people. We'd love to have you if you guys wanted to join. Keep things pretty small in the room. We have a membership cap. At the moment, we've got 8 members. Like to get that up, a little bit higher than what it is. But that's it really. So if you guys have any questions about DTR, about what we offer, don't hesitate to ask. If you have any questions about any charts or setups or anything along those lines, don't hesitate to ask either. Cheers, old Atlanta. We try to update it all the time. So, like with this Bollinger Band stuff, right? You can see like this takes me a lot of time to put together, right? So, there's definitely a lot of value in this, and this is what I work on those sort of things, kind of all the time as, throughout the trading day. So we're constantly learning, constantly adapting. And, we're hopeful that we can get some value out of it. I personally trade options, right? And use, these strategies with options. But you can do this with stocks. You can do this in crypto. You can do this in small caps. The same concepts, they apply. And I just want to make sure that you build the right habits so that every trade is setup, confirmation, execution. When you start to skip steps or you start to compromise on that process, you start to lose money pretty quickly and pretty aggressively, and you just kind of tilt yourself, right? Like you screw up your emotional management there, and that's no fun. So we would like to avoid those kind of situations, and hopefully I can help you guys become profitable or consistent sooner. That's really the objective is here. I'm hopeful that my DTR members who are in the chat right now will confirm how much they've learned or what they've kind of gotten from this. And it's been a pleasure working with them day in, day out over the last couple months. And we try to stay consistent here and hopefully just keep stacking up wins. Today, slow day, small red day. But that's the way it goes, right? Be very transparent in our process. Should always be one trade away from recovering any losses we have. And we are certainly in a position to do that. Did you take that trade for the baby gap fill, old Atlanta? Yeah, I'm not like going into the Fed, how the market's going to react, right? The way the market reacts to news is always a coin flip. So, yeah, I don't know if I have a bias anymore here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a, red to green day. Certainly would not shock me. So, see how this thing comes together. We're not just like they're just right now. It's just traps. Like all I see is traps at the moment, and that makes things certainly challenging. So everyone's just kind of positioning themselves for this news event. We'll see what comes out of it, but hopefully we can get some volatility or like the right kind of volatility here. So we'll see. The volume is starting to disappear as well now here going into this lunch. So I generally never recommend trading that like 12 to 130 period. It's kind of a lot of traps there. You just get quick reversals, very thin action. So I generally like to avoid those kind of time frames. But we're starting to get that thinning out a little bit earlier than I anticipated. I thought maybe with FOMC we were going to get that a more consistent volume day, but for now, we'll have to just kind of see what happens here. So starting to get a good amount of weakness here from some of the leading names. Apple, Microsoft, definitely starting to sell off a little bit. All right, Tesla pumping, so interesting to see that kind of divergence. QQQ looks pretty weak. SPY, this is a pretty tight range. 80-cent range on the day, so I mean, I don't know how you can trade that. So QQQ, made a new low, right? Broke under its open. Microsoft looking very similar to that. All right, so if we take a look at Microsoft. Just hide these drawings, be easier to see. All right, very similar. QQQ, very similar, right? What makes this challenging is that this confirmation candle and this doji reversal, hard to trust that wick, right? That makes things just a little bit challenging. All right, certainly not clean, at least. All right, so let's see if we can break that low here. Not really a gap to fill or anything like that. Tesla now starting to maybe sell off too. Apple as well. Not great downside potential on the SPY here, so I'm going to stay away from that intraday for now. Yeah, nothing really to see here, guys, at the moment. Sorry, nothing really to see here at the moment, guys. I think we have to just wait for FOMC and wait for that to be decided. Maybe, yeah, I don't really want to take any trades here over lunch. I don't really see the justification for that. So I'm going to take my lunch here, guys. I'm going to be back around 1:30-ish, maybe a little bit earlier. I don't anticipate taking any trades here now over this lunchtime period. I think that's a little bit too risky. But hopefully we can get a nice setup here in the afternoon post FOMC, into power hour or something like that. So we'll keep an eye on things. But I'll be back around 1:30 Eastern. Have a nice lunch, guys. Well, yeah, it's a long lunch, but I don't trade between 12 and 2 usually, right? So there's no setups. You just trap yourself into taking bad trades. Volume disappears over lunch and historically comes back around 2 p.m. And I'm not particularly interested in taking poor setups just for the sake of it. right, guys, let's see if we see anything here. Didn't get that much movement over lunch. Just gotta be careful of this positioning, right? So yeah, Tesla just could not get under this area. Pretty interesting. See if we can find a A+ setup, but we got 45 minutes here till FOMC. It's highly unlikely that we're going to get anything with any conviction here, right? It's just going to chop about until that news comes out. So what we want to do is we want to see if we can find something that is maybe close to triggering, right, or gives us a trigger, and sit on that and see what kind of comes out of it. Right, SPY continues to show relative weakness, but the levels to the downside kind of are brutal until we can kind of, get under this 420, 280 area. That would be a big move at that point. So we got a lot of headlines here at the moment, right? We got Biden speaking after his Putin meeting right now, and then we have FOMC at 2 p.m. So gonna be pretty choppy, I think, guys, for the next 38 minutes or so. Just be careful out there. Be careful. How's it going, Colin? Let's see if we can get some setups here. Just waiting for stuff, though, right? It's nothing that looks like abundantly obvious here at the moment. You guys have any predictions here? What you guys think is going to happen? It's been kind of a slow week. Two small green days, and then today it's small red day. 12:25. I'm guessing on the 5-min time frame. I don't see anything obvious here, Colin. Like, I wouldn't really call this that low vol pullback, right? Because it's bearish pointing down. You don't want it pointing down. You want it pointing up. Oh, it does kind of look like a bit of a bull flag here. I mean, I'm hopeful after FOMC the chop disappears, Rusty. That's so I've got my fingers crossed for, but not sure which way market wants to go. Yeah, that's it, Colin. Right on. Yeah, we tried to, Colin, but it was like a bit of a challenging one on the way down. I know Farah took it for a nice like 20% win or something like that. So yeah, there's definitely a play. I got stopped out for like a couple percent win. Yeah, exact same thing, right? If you open down, say under the BB band, right, close inside, it's the same concept. Right, but remember those are half size, right? Half size trades. Those aren't full position sizing. Right? Build some confidence dealing with that volatility, and then you can go bigger sizing if you want. So this last 30 minutes, guys, into this FOMC, expect to see some like whipsaw type action, right? And don't expect any consistency in the moves or any big follow through. Right? This is going to be just a lot of positioning, a lot of chop. So just be careful. Be careful. If you're going to take something, right, go smaller size. You know, don't take any silly risks. I wonder if the SPY wants to give us a bit of a low vol pullback to the downside, right? Like if this candle can close on the 30 min around this like 423.20 area, we could have a lot of joy to the downside. Stop loss on that SPY trade, Colin, good question, was the entry of this candle, right? So I'll mark it down. It was right there. Right, and then we moved it up. You weren't getting that like instant follow through. It was chopping about a little bit, so just started protecting entry and then got stopped out. Can't remember exactly what the price was though. So I wonder if we're getting that little, possible low vol pullback set up here on the SPY. If we can get it. All right, then we want to see, we got room down towards that 421.50. Like to see it close. We can be a little bit flexible with this volume, right? Because we expect more volume into FOMC. Sorry. So, we maybe could get a setup here, but we got to be careful. All right, so 12 minutes to go here, guys. Just wait it out, right? We are getting pretty close to a setup here on this SPY. So that's top of my watch list here. Right, low vol pullback. Right, most bearish of bullish candles. Right, setting up here. So could be something in play. Well, our reward is down towards this 421.50, and our stop loss is going to be, right, entry is going to be here, right? Stop loss is going to be whatever the high is of the entry candle. So if it closes around here, right, we're looking at, say, 30-cent risk for $1.50 reward. So it's certainly there. Just got to see if this thing will set up for us, though, right? I don't want to chase this thing down if it breaks now. Want to chase it after the FOMC. It's all relative, right? Remember, these things are zones, right? Support and resistance is a zone. So it's not necessarily a specific price, it's a zone. And we got a bunch of possible zones here, right? You want to call it that 423, I'm fine with that. If you want to call it this, 423.10, I'm fine with that too. There's not really that much of a difference there. mean, it might be too late on this SPY trade now, but setting up there for a while for us. Okay, guys, 6 minutes here to the Fed. Yeah, it looks. I don't know. We'll see how this decision goes here, Frank. But maybe we can get some action here. 100% agree, Frank. FOMC's hardest day of the month to trade consistently. All right, just chops about, and everyone's calling this this Fed decision like the most important one in a long time. So I don't know how. I don't really know what that means, but they like to try to bring emotion into it, I guess. Only a couple minutes here. All right, guys, watch the volatility here now, right? We got 1 minute to go. Let's see how this thing bounces. Or how we bounce around, I should say, sorry. Okay, 5 seconds. Let's watch here. Let's watch. So we got. So that is some volatility, guys. Wow. What a reaction. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So that was crazy. So let's see if we get that reversal now. Get that big pump up. That was a crazy overreaction. So let's see if we can get a bit of a reversal. Yeah, Fed is, the rate is unchanged. So big drop though, wow. Yeah, creeping up right now at 19, almost 19. Insane. So now we're getting, right, now the headlines are coming and the algos are looking at things a little bit differently. Maybe we're going to get that pump up now. So just be careful here, guys. I don't think we're going to get any setups here, let's be honest. Yeah, that moved even faster than I was expecting too. So that was some crazy action. Yeah, I mean, we took a little stab at something earlier, but that's it. Nothing else to trade, right? Can't force things that aren't there. FOMC traditionally like this, guys. It's madness to trade. Right? It's a good example of why you don't hold day trades into like high risk events, right? Because it's a coin flip. You don't necessarily know how things are going to react. And that was a incredibly aggressive reaction. At one point, I was watching some SPY calls, and the spread was 40 cents, and the price just before the breakdown was 75 cents. So that is not a trade you would like to be in. Let's put it that way. Yeah, a straddle could possibly work, but I think there's going to be a lot of people thinking that same thing, right? So you're not going to get a very good price there. It's tough to see this wick, but it goes all the way down here. Just hide this volume for a second, right? So even if we get that low vol pullback, this is a tough one here for us, guys, right? I think we just want to see if this thing can pump back up and see if we can get some stability here. What a reaction, though. Oh, that would be great, wouldn't it? What a weird recovery. This is nuts. That's the hedge these days for market volatility is to go long AMC, long GME. So I mean, guys, like the rate is unchanged. Fed said that they don't expect, or at least the headline was, they don't expect to do any tapering anytime soon. That COVID still remains a risk. No, I mean, there's nothing to trade there, Paco. No chance you can catch a move there. Like, the only thing you could have done is played like a lotto before the event, but I never recommend that. Oh yeah, that's all algos, 100%. Oh, that's an interesting headline. I didn't see that yet. Thanks for sharing, Rob. Yeah, I'm starting to see the spreads get a little bit tighter, but I wouldn't say they're particularly convincing here. So maybe they crushed the price to buy the dip here. But that was a very aggressive first move. So let's go back to looking at this volume here now. At least it's a big spike. Sometimes the first move in these kind of like high volatility events is wrong. But like if you're a bag holder of some SPY calls, I can't imagine you're going to make your money back here. Now the next high volatility event is going to be Powell's speech. See if he says anything interesting. That comes out in 20 minutes he starts talking. So I might have you guys on mute and just listen in on that for bits and pieces here. What a move. Crazy. All right, so the Fed is projecting 2 rate hikes by the end of 2023, but we were anticipating the first rate hike to happen in 2023. So that's not really drastically different than what we've had so far. Well, we may not have had any action, but at least that was fun to watch. So Tesla, if we can still get that set up under this 595, all right, that could be in play. I just can't get over the size of this wick. That's nuts. Yeah, exactly, Frank. It's just chaos, right? Like, I wonder if we're going to get a round two here. Round two flush. QQQ looks like it wants to go. Or at least QQQ looks fragile, I should say. Maybe not that it wants to go. But generally, if it's two rate hikes, right, that's worse for tech. So like you're not getting that big, well, not getting that dip buyback right on Q like you are on the SPY. Okay, QQQ looks like it wants to go again, guys. So let's see if we get a round 2 here. There's no setups, right? So we're just watching. All right, don't be stupid. Don't play any lottos or anything like that. Right? If you want to do it, buy one call or one put. Don't do anything significant. So let's keep an eye on our leading names here, right? Tesla really dying off. Apple really dying off. Microsoft really dying off. So these are all maybe possible warning signs that SPY is going to follow suit. And I don't know how far this thing can go down, but so let's watch. Let's see if we get that flush. Did it bounce right off 420? Is that what happened here? Yeah, bounce right off 420. Okay, watch Q. Maybe is this our low vol pullback? So you might have room towards there. Okay, is this that Tesla pullback too? Maybe we're getting a few bearish setups here, guys. All right, we can have some flexibility with how much volume QQQ gives us here. So let's take a look at these options. Right, I'm going to be looking at the June 18th, guys. June 18th. Probably the 333s or 332s. Pretty ambitious. All right, well, I wouldn't say this is that, like, bullish. Right? It's not a very good candle for that low vol pullback. It's too bullish of a candle. Yeah, Tesla, no level clear. All right, we need to get under that 595. Bounced off of it again. Alright guys, so I'm not seeing anything fantastic here yet. Right, I wonder if we're going to get a second bout of volatility here in a second once Powell starts speaking. Yeah, let's take a look. 15 min. If we can get a nice confirmation candle, I could be interested in that. Still a little bit worried about this weakness though, right? Fed rate hikes is not good for tech. Alright guys, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to turn on this Powell speech. Recommend you guys do the same. So Powell just said something pretty important. I think the market was waiting to see. He basically said that if we do decide to taper purchasing, right, if we do decide to slow down the accommodative financial conditions that we've currently created, they're going to give quite an advance notice of those changes, right? So it's not going to be a surprise to the market, which I think is relatively bullish. Now, is it enough to buy SPY calls? No, but it's relatively bullish. Guys, I'm going to be looking at QQQ puts here in a sec. If we can get under this 338 area.
So we see a few things that seem likely to be holding back labor supply. There are very large amounts of job openings, and there are a very large number of people who are.
Looking at the 332 puts, June 18th. This is a half position size, guys, not a full size trade, right? This is crazy volatility, so don't go full size here. Okay, I'm in. Three 332 puts. Sorry if I wasn't clear. Okay, I'm protecting my entry now. Oh, not yet, not yet. right? Leading names are exceptionally weak. We got that breakdown under our level. I think we're in okay shape here, guys. In okay shape. All right, I'm protecting my entry now. Protecting entry. So let's see if we can get that big follow through. That's what we're looking for. I want that big follow through. My entry was 95 cents. Stop loss $1 now. All right, I'm out. Okay, watch SPY here, guys, right? Low vol pullback. Well, we're at our low of the day here, right? So we get that low vol pullback, right? Looks kind of unlikely, and then we get that breakdown. We've got room. That's what the target is, but kind of have room towards this like 418, 419 area. This volume's creeping up though. It might be dying on us, this setup. QQQ was worth a stab, guys. That was worth a stab. Small win. Hard to call this on the SPY A plus. That's a big candle on the 5 min, right? That's a 50-cent candle. Okay, well, I think there's our answer. Yeah, this is fun, right? Like, this is crazy volatility, just bouncing back and forth. Be nice if we could catch a monster, though. Still kind of interested in SPY puts if we can get a breakdown soonish. All right, no new higher high yet, which is okay. Oh, there was your 420.69, just kind of hanging out that level. Tesla's held up surprisingly well. It just keeps hanging out that 600 area. Don't think that's enough to give us anything, but okay, there's your higher high on SPY. Tough. What does that mean, Henderson? Nice work. Perfect execution on that. So, on the Bollinger Bands, we can get this SPY close inside this like 422 area. It's a big ask, but if we can get it closed in there, maybe that could be a like a high volume reversal play. Right, back towards the mean kind of thing. Yeah, if we get that bullish engulfing on volume too, right? Same thing on SPY. 15 min might look better for that BB reversion. If you can get it bullish engulfing on volume, it's going to be close. This could be worth a stab with some calls. Again though, guys, half size, right? Half size on these. I'll be looking at the, call it 424s probably. Let's see if we can get there. It's not 30 seconds. Ooh, that's close. Alright, entry's above there. Alright, green line. Yeah, 424s. June 18th. Okay, for now, stop loss would be like there-ish. So 47 cents for $1.20 move towards that midline. I'd say that's justifiable risk reward, guys. Again, though, half size, right? This is a half size position. Okay, getting ready, finger on the trigger. Still not in yet. Still looking. Okay, I'm in. Now let's see if we can get that follow through. Of course, in at 109 spot 4 on the 424 calls. Really tight risk reward here though, guys. This is really tight risk reward. Okay, maybe it's starting to move here. See if we get this follow through now. Right, so our target is this midline, right, for half our position, and then top line for our second half. Be quite the power hour if we can get back to 425, I'll tell you that much. Looking good here though, guys, looking good. Once we're say out like 125 on these calls, I'm gonna protect my position just because of how volatile things are. I don't really want to give anything away here. Okay, guys, I'm protecting my entry now. A little bit earlier than I said, but I just don't want to give anything away here. Right, if we have to just stack up little baby wins today, that's just going to be the way it is. Anyone else jump in this with me here, guys? Let's go, Farah. Nice work. Yeah, my stop is at 111 now. So, you know, worst case scenario, I should just get stopped out at my entry. Who's they in this circumstance, Frank? Good entry, Farah. Yeah, once 420.69 couldn't hold, then it was time to go bullish, right? Let's go, Rusty. Happy days, man. Happy days. Don't give that away though, okay? Like, fortunate error, but don't give that away now. Hell yeah, Farrah. That's a great little win. Mine's still at this 111. I'm just going to see how far this thing can go. Yeah, I love that. Love that, Rusty. Good trading, man. I mean, I'm not going to recommend jumping in early, but I love the process after, right? The whole process after is extremely logical, and I love that. Oh, it totally is. Totally the best job in the world. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else, guys. I don't know about you lot, but I've been lucky. This has been the only real job I've had, so no complaints there. That's what happens though, right? When we wait for our right execution requirements, right, or for our right situation, you can catch that right move, and we're going to be really flexible with what we do, right? Keep bouncing. We kept bouncing in between, wanting to go calls and puts, calls and puts. Well, we got told we got to go calls, so that's what we did. All right, so I'm moving my stop up a little bit. My stop's now 119. I'm just going to keep moving this up to like the lows. I really appreciate that, Farah. That's really kind of you. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. It means a lot to me as well. Like I'm so passionate about this, right? So I'm glad that you guys comes across that way and that you guys are learning a lot. That makes me so happy. Yeah, investing does. That's I mean, it really depends up to you. My stop is just like a market order, right? Yeah, I'm gonna take some off right when we touch this midline here. So let's just hide these drawings for a sec, right? Yeah. So, but my stop is still like a market order, right? So when it gets triggered, I'm just gonna get out. It's not gonna try to fill me at that price. Once say 125 whatever gets touched, it's going to execute me at the best price it can, as close to 125. But like, yeah, a market order on something like this is not going to have it's not going to be a big, like, you're not going to take a huge loss on your spread, right? We trade low spread names for that exact reason. Stoked we could catch this trade though, guys. A lot of patience had to pay off for this, right? If you managed your positions well today, you should be green. So happy days. Yeah. Great trade, Frank. Nice work, man. Right? This is why we're patient, right? This is why we're patient. So, okay, normally we don't, to be transparent about this, like normally I don't want to trade this Bollinger Band reversal, right, or as a reversion strategy intraday too often, right? I'm happy to apply an exception in this circumstance because of how big of a move down we had, right? How much these indexes got crushed. So your thesis is that was a bit of an overreaction. We've gapped up under. We're getting strong buying volume stepping in, and it can't further step down. So we're anticipating that we're going to revert back to the mean, right? So it's like you could almost look at that big sell-off this morning as like a gap down. Does that make sense? Or like not this morning, this for that FOMC, right? You can almost look at that as a big gap down type event. So guys, right, that's a really strong candle for us still, right? So if we go bullish candles, that looks like a mix between normal bullish and most bullish. So there's no reason to sell here yet, right? You can push your stop up or take some profit off, but in my opinion, I don't think this is really a sell yet. Any non-DTR members catch this trade with us? Yeah, it looks pretty good on the 32, huh, Frank? Trying to get up to some intraday resistance though here, so kind of like a half level. Good man, Farah. Fantastic trading last couple days. And Colin, sorry I missed your comment. 100% agree. I want to see this volatility continue rest of the week. If we can kind of get this follow through, right? We've been waiting for this news to come out. So now that the news is out, maybe we can things can kind of go back to normal a little bit. That's what I'm hoping for. So, guys, if you're not a DTR member and you caught this trade, first of all, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Second, right, we look for these kind of setups every single day. Now, not every day you're going to catch a monster winner. That's not realistic. But if you want proof of that, right, sign up, get your 2-day free trial, join us tomorrow and Friday, and then make your decision. If you don't like it, if you don't appreciate what this is, then you can move on, do your own thing. But you got nothing to lose, and hopefully you're going to learn a lot and gain some confidence in your trading ability. So that's the sales pitch. It's much easier after you've had a nice win, right? But this is what we do here, guys. This is what we do here. If you do want to join, right, join at www.dtrtrading.com. For those who work, right, or aren't full-time traders, have this feature called premium alerts, right? So these aren't alerts of when I enter, they're setup alerts, right? So if you're at work, you just turn on your notifications, right? You get an alert that, hey, okay, we have a setup coming. You can tune into the stream and see what's going on and get talked through what the trade is. And hopefully, you find that really beneficial as well. All right, but this is really the objective is to design something to suit you guys, right? To suit your guys' needs. I trade full time and have been for a while now. So just want things to suit your guys' workflow as well. I'm taking 1/3 of my position off here, and then we're gonna see how far this thing can run. All right, it's power hour. We got 40 minutes left in the trading day, so I've taken some off. We'll see where the rest can go. Stop loss is gonna be right. I'm gonna get out of this if we make a new lower low. It's really fun, eh, Rusty? Yeah, like patience, but we're like sticking to our strategy too, right? We're sticking to our logic. All right, so we're not deviating from our trading plans. We're not making things up as we go along, right? We're keeping things consistent and steady and letting our muscle memory take over so that when we do get a setup, we know exactly what to do and we don't let emotions take control of our trading, right? We're not making emotional decisions, we're making logical decisions. And boy, oh boy, am I stoked when they come together. Oh, baby. I appreciate that, Frank. You did awesome too, man. Congratulate yourself as well. I'm just stoked at how quickly you guys are learning. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Frank. Enjoy, man. So, Rusty, I remember like a couple weeks ago, right? You were struggling a little bit with like letting things develop, letting things run. Are you feeling more confident with that now? So look how it pays off too, right? Over trading is like the biggest mistake new traders do. Like they constantly overtrade and then they lose money or they make money and then they start making emotional decisions. That's exactly the kind of behavior we would like to avoid. This thing just keeps running, guys. This thing keeps running. We have a chance to catch an absolute monster here. Anyone in here that isn't a DTR member, do you guys have any questions about what DTR is or about what we try to do here? guys. So my stop loss on my remainder is now at 137. 137. And I'm just looking at the 5-minute chart, right? And putting it at the low of the previous candle. That's all I'm doing. Don't want to give anything away here. We've had to work, be very patient all day for this. So I don't want to give away that hard work. Yeah, no worries, Henderson. I think that's a good decision, right, on FOMC. I think that's this is a perfect day to trade on sim or to just observe. All right, I'm out. What a nice win. Fantastic trading, guys. Fantastic trading. Right, so made, right? We don't want to make a new lower low, right? That's exactly what we want to avoid. That looks like it's well on its way. Nice work, Farah. Fantastic. That's 2 days in a row, man. You've caught some monsters. Absolutely love to see it. Making me a little bit jealous. So yeah, guys, like a candle like this, right? That's not exactly bullish anymore. Right? Couldn't hold this line. Got rejected at, call it 423.50 area. Right? This kind of like intraday shelf. So that's why trailing stops are awesome, right? Trailing stops and taking some off at certain targets is awesome because it removes the emotion out of when to take profit, right? It removes that greed element. And like that's, you don't want to get too greedy and let, you know, big wins turn into big losses or big wins turn into little wins, right? The goal is to keep your losses small and your wins big. Today's been a good example of that. So how do you guys feel about that action today? Do you guys want me to go over that trade, right? Review why we took it, why we looked at it, right? Or go over that Apple trade from this morning, or even that QQQ puts. Happy to go over any of those actions or to review any trades you guys might have taken. All right, yeah, let's go over that SPY trade. Absolutely. All right, so I'm just going to remove all these drawings just to make things easier, right, visually for us here quickly. Okay, I'm just going to hide everything bar the Bollinger Band. And we'll look at volume too. Okay, so, right, first things first, let's hide this volume just for a second so we can see the bottom here, right? So we're getting 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce. You could call this bounce 4, right, off of this 420 area. Round number, support, and resistance are always zones, not necessarily specific levels. This is why we don't chase level breaks, okay? So I'll just make this line white, just keep things consistent. All right, so we've got a few bounces here. Had huge action gapping down and out under, right? And then we see dip buyers protecting, okay? They come back, right? And we can see a huge volume here, right? Thinning volume, then decent volume on this return candle to get back into the Bollinger Band. Once we're actually inside the Bollinger Band, right? What this candle looks like is kind of a mix between this most bullish candle and this normal bullish candle, right? So we know that that's really strong price action. Pair that with strong volume, where volume is above average, which is what that white line is. And we opened outside and closed inside this BB, so inside this Bollinger Band. What that tells me, or what that gives me, like, what it tells me is that, like, dip buyers are strong. Dip buyers are protecting this 420. And now we're going to revert back towards average, right? Or we're going to look towards reverting back to average. So we close inside. Not quite bullish engulfing on volume, but pretty gosh darn close. But it's a bit of a nice volume sandwich there, right? Full body candle, minimal top wick, right? And then our entry point was this green candle, right? So we can get this green line, sorry. If we can get above here, then we know we've taken out these sellers, right? They are no longer protecting, right? Their stop losses are going to be kind of at that 421.80 area. And once those get taken out, we know that we've got strength and we should have momentum to get that follow through towards that midline, right? Our stop loss was whatever the low is of our entry candle. So we had a 50-cent stop, right? For $1.20, well, it's a bit higher, $1.25 reward, right? So we're getting 2 to 1 to the midline, and we're getting like 6 to 1 to the top line. So risk reward is really justifiable. Volume is good. We've had that big move outside, close back in, right? And then we move. So really all we're looking to do here is revert back to average, right? That's what the thesis of this trade is. And that's exactly what happened here, right? Does that make sense, Farah? right? Normally we don't want to play this reversion intraday, right? Normally it's like a gap up, right, or gap down strategy. But it's the same concept when you get that huge move intraday, right? So we had like $2.75 move. So that's why we're able, like we're willing to apply a bit of an exception. If that makes sense. One second, guys. I'm just getting a phone call. Man, this SPY's got some legs still, maybe. Wonder if it can go. It shouldn't be now. Should be able to hear me now. I just muted it for a second there. I just had a phone call. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to get any further setups here. All right, we got 18 minutes here to market close, but and there should be no reason to want to trade anything now. So, all in all, pretty fun day. We got to see quite a lot of volatility. All right, things got pretty wild there at that 2 o'clock hour. So, days like today, you can learn a lot. Like, they're pretty fun when, when they go your way. But I'm really proud of the way you guys traded, so very stoked. If you're a guest and you caught that trade, absolutely fantastic work. Sounds good, Farah. No reason to stay around. Great trading today. We'll see you tomorrow. Right, so just gonna quickly go over what DTR is again here, guys. Right, so we're offering a 2-day free trial. So we do free streams on Wednesdays. If you want to join, right, and you're not convinced or whatever, excuse me, start your free trial. Join us tomorrow. Join us Friday, and see what things are like. Right, you're gonna get access to all the documents and the private Discord and all those sort of things, right? And we're constantly adding, we're constantly improving, we're constantly learning. And my objective here is to be a little bit different than other trading rooms. So I want you guys to be able to trade independently, right? To trade your own convictions and to have confidence in your own setups. My goal is not for you to be reliant on my alerts or on my trades, right? Try to be really honest and accurate about how I represent this company, right? And represent myself. But, I just want to empower you guys to trade as well as you can. That's all it is. There's not really a hard sales pitch. The results sort of speak for themselves, right? I just want to teach you guys how to be disciplined, motivated traders, and then the rest is up to you. So if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm always available. I'm guessing most of you guys probably followed me through Twitter, right? So I'm going to constantly be on there. If you have any questions or anything about your setups, right, I'm always available via DMs. And I'll always help you, even if you're not a member. Like, I'll always help you guys. So, hope you had a lot of fun today. This is what we do every single day. And that's it. There's no hard sell there. That's all it is, guys. This is a bit of like a tough reversion here on the SPY. You're getting a doji at the top of this, top of the range, right? But like, I just don't necessarily like this that much. If this was a hammer and then we had this, so if this was a red hammer, right? So if it was this candle instead of it being this candle, I'd have a lot more confidence in it. But because it's still green, right? We didn't get sellers to really regain control, right? Buyers still held control there. So it's just kind of tough to expect much follow through. Like, it's just enough of a warning sign to say, okay, we're not going to get that follow through today. So we'll see what, if it dumps, so be it. But I wouldn't expect much follow through here. Those of you who are still left in here, we got 10 minutes or so till market close. If you guys have any questions about kind of what my strategy is, right, or what my approach is, or any questions about any of the trades we took today? All right, guys, if there's no further questions, I'm going to call it a day. Nothing for me to trade here now. We're not going to get any setups with 5 minutes to go. Really stoked with how things went today. Good trading day. So I do free streams every Wednesday. If you guys aren't ready to take the plunge, right, hope to see you next week. But I'll be streaming again tomorrow for DTR members. Hope to see a few of you guys join. In the meantime, if you have any questions, right, you can hit me up on Twitter at Mikey Day Trader, or you can hit me up on Discord too. That's it, guys. Have a really nice day. Thanks for joining us, and have a good one. Peace.